Jaya Jaya Gurudev, 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 Jaya Jaya
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. So on behalf of ISKCON Auckland Shri Radha Giridhari Mandir, all the disciples and well-wishers, we would like to extend a warm welcome to each one of you to this most exciting, most awaited event, the 75th Vyasa Puja of His Holiness Janananda Goswami Maharaj ki. So thank you very much for coming. And we are indeed extremely fortunate to have Maharaj's physical presence here with us, which is a very rare occasion nowadays, especially with things getting busy and people being far away. So we would like to welcome Maharaj, and we would like to take this opportunity to serve, glorify, worship, and purify ourselves. So we have a fairly exciting day ahead with a lot of events happening, a lot of some surprises in store as well. So stay tuned. We will obviously have from now on, we'll have homages, starting with Maharaj. He would like to offer a homage to Srila Prabhupada, and followed by senior devotees and disciples. We obviously have very limited time, a lot of disciples, a lot of emotions, a lot of things going on in our mind, but we just want to ensure we stick to time. Yeah. So there'll be just some clauses that we would like to inform you about. So we are presenting to Maharaj the Vyasa Puja book with the offerings of all the disciples from around the world. So we request Maharaj to maybe open the book, the Vyasa Puja book, please. While Maharaj is opening, I just continue. So the homages, this time we have done it a bit differently. So we would request, we have allocated one person for each yatra to come forward and present their offering. So from Auckland, like for example, there'll be one person, Wellington, one person. Okay, so we just want to ensure that they come one after the other. I'll call out the names. Hopefully you are aware, whoever is offering or doing their homages, come one after the other. And we will also have an opportunity later on as a separate group of disciples and well-wishers to share if we do miss out today. So don't worry. And another request is keep it really short. We are here to glorify Maharaj, not to give a mini class sometimes, which happens. So just please take 3 minutes, 3.5. Prabhu has said 3 minutes specially. So just come forward, glorify Maharaj, and purify our own selves. So we would request Maharaj to show us the book, the Vyasa Puja book, and he's unveiled it already. Just the cover page.
Nothing inside.
Janananda Maharaj 75th Vyasa Puja ki.
Go back here. To put this together on the only one copy. One copy. Generally speaking, it's not the system in ISKCON that we, for the individual gurus that we have individually have two copies, which they lovingly produce, so that you can see the wonderful love we all have for our Srila Prabhupada. So what would you like me to do? Where's our MC? We have a very wonderful MC today, but I'm told he's very strict. And if you go 1 second over your time, the sound system will be turned off and the carpet will suddenly move under your feet. So here is our MC. Well, Kala Samvar Prabhu Hari Bol. Yeah, I don't know much difference between them, I don't think, really. You can come and sit here. This is more comfortable. This is more comfortable here, maybe. I don't know. Oh, that looks much better. Too intimidating. Yeah. Whatever you wish. Do as you feel comfortable.
Also like to extend a warm welcome to His Grace Kala Samvara Prabhu, our temple president.
Haribol.
Hare Krishna. So
You've got a louder clap. You've got a bigger clap than I did. Yeah. I want to make sure that What's next then?
So we'll just quickly run down the program for today. We will start off with the homages, followed by Pushpanjali, Guru Puja, cake cutting, and a bit of a surprise event while or just before the cake cutting, and followed by, of course, Prasadam. Before we start the homages, I just thought you all know it, but it's just good to remind ourselves the significance of Vyasa Puja. What is this Vyasa Puja? Why are we assembled here? And what should we be contemplating on? So Vyasa Puja is a formal offering of glorification, of worship, of our indebtedness and gratitude to our spiritual master, specifically on his appearance day, with him being a bona fide representative of Srila Vyasadeva, who gave us the process of Krishna consciousness to save the fallen conditioned souls in this material world. It's a way to glorify and purify. So all of you, most of you know Maharaj. In fact, all of you know Maharaj. He was initiated by Srila Prabhupada in 1972, and he has traveled all over the world, speaking from the Shastras, inspiring millions, having disciples all over the world. He was specifically entrusted with the, in fact, he started the World Holy Name Week. And also the Kirtan committee. Yeah. And as we know, Maharaj is very, very enthusiastic in distributing Srila Prabhupada's books and Prasadam, which he does himself and inspires all of us to follow him. And another interesting aspect is Maharaj is not a new person in Auckland. He was here for a long time. He was also the temple president, and some of the senior devotees here would have his association from that point of time. So we are extremely fortunate that we have him here on his 75th appearance day in Auckland with Sri Sri Radha Giridhari and giving us his darshan on this auspicious day. So Maharaj, I would request you to please start with your homage. And for others, just a reminder, we'll start off with Prabhupada disciples first, then one by one person per yatra. How long? No more than 3 minutes. The bell here with me. So I'm answerable to somebody higher up there. And we want everybody to feel nice, compact, exciting, and finishing on time. Thank you so much. Hare Krishna. Om.
Tasmai Shri Gurave Shri Chaitanya Manobishtam Kapitam Yena Bhutale Svayam Upakadamayam Pitati Swapadanti Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishnaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Namaste Astichari Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Sri Vasari Gaura Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna, dear devotees who gathered here today. Thank you for your kind association and your good wishes. That I may one day become a servant of you all, and a servant who will bring a little pleasure to Srila Prabhupada. I think that there was around about 20 years past
here in Auckland that for whatever reason Krishna knows, we embarked upon this responsibility of, on behalf of Srila Prabhupada, on behalf of Prabhupada's movement, formally giving initiation to devotees here, beginning the first time here in Auckland. I believe it was 20 years ago, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct? This year, at least, maybe not this time. This year. So that will be in 2005. And with us today are not all the devotees who were present then. Some are present here today who were sitting in that first initiation. I don't know if Sridham and Malini are here. They were here 2 days ago, but they may come. In fact, they were the first devotees to ask if they could accept initiation. And they're kind of developed, I suppose. And Madam Mohan Prabhu and Lalita, where's your wife? In the kitchen? It's okay. We can stay there. Best, safest place to be, practically in the kitchen. And Ananda Vardhan and Danishka, I think, is here. Maybe they're in the kitchen also. And Baba Trini may be here. Everybody here, she is wonderful. To see these devotees here who've been serving here in Auckland for the last 20 years, more than that, of course, but since their initiation. And others who are not here at the moment, Sridham Prabhu Malini, maybe they'll come, I don't know. They were present. And Kamala Manjari, I don't know if she's here with us today. See her. She's around. Still here in Auckland. Devananda Prabhu is in Brazil right now with his Brazilian wife, serving there. And Maharani, who was also there on that first station, still very nicely practicing Krishna consciousness. And I don't know if Bermuda is a separate country or not. It's not far from the United States. He works there. So practically everyone who was at that initiation is still active in Krishna consciousness. Today's event, everyone's familiar with the principle, at least, of Vyasa Puja. The day that we glorify, in one sense, we're glorifying the Supreme Lord in his form of Vyasa Deva, who gave us the Vedic literatures, literary personification of Godhead, on which our whole Siddhanta, our whole direction is based on Bhakti Shastras, particularly Srimad Bhagavatam. Message has been passed down, originally, of course, from Lord Brahma, Krishna to Brahma, down through the ages, millenniums, for the recent time when you all know Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Radha Krishna appeared in that form and brought the for this Kali Yuga, the Yuga Dharma, the only means by which conditioned living entities could gain release in this Kali Yuga. And our acharyas since Chaitanya Mahaprabhu have furthered this mission of Lord Chaitanya in various ways, through literature, through initiating many devotees, preaching, traveling, but none more than our Srila Prabhupada, who not only dedicated his life to the order of his spiritual master, but he fulfilled that desire. He dedicated himself wholly and solely to fulfilling that desire, which is the secret of success in spiritual life, to worship the order of the spiritual master. The Vyasa Puja is the time when we really try to deeply consider our situation, to offer ourselves in the service of the spiritual master and the parampara. Srila Prabhupada produced the most, you could say wonderful is hardly a word to describe, essential, merciful literature for the welfare of all of us. We're all here only by his grace. Today, Nivarshan is here. We're here, to whatever degree, by the mercy of Srila Prabhupada. Krishna consciousness has been introduced all over the world, in practically every corner of the planet. Temples, restaurants, books, devotees, farms, gurukuls. On and on the list could go. The no one can measure the extent, but certainly the extent of Srila Prabhupada's preaching is hardly recognized even by us. We may recognize something. The world in general may not recognize very little, if any. They don't realize the potency, the power, the effect of Srila Prabhupada and his mission. Book distribution, prasad distribution, sankirtan, chanting the holy names. Everywhere, all over the world, and what effect this is having on everyone. It's delivering the whole world. Srila Prabhupada is delivering the whole world. And I was thinking this morning, the greatest testimony in a sense of Srila Prabhupada's greatness is evidence, at least in my case. I can't speak for others. I know many of you are from very pious families, relatively speaking. Or maybe you were practicing many of the activities of goodness. From where I'm coming from, and my upbringing, etc., is a testimony to the greatness of Srila Prabhupada, that even fallen souls. I remember one time, I don't know if it was Tamal Krishna, I think it was. He said to Srila Prabhupada, "Oh, Srila Prabhupada, Jagai and Madhai are nothing compared to us. Sinful activities that we were doing." In one sense, we can't say that, but you can understand how great Srila Prabhupada is, lifting up, picking up millions and still is millions and millions of souls drowning in the ocean, not just the material ocean, but the very sinful ocean, absorbed in every single sinful activity you can think of in many cases. Drug addiction, sexual abuse, so many things. Srila Prabhupada, causeless mercy, no matter how fallen living entity. Normally, saintly persons would not approach such fallen entities. But following in the footsteps of Lord Nityananda, Srila Prabhupada has gone to there's no limit. He's gone to the absolute. There's no limit to where he goes to lift up conditioned soul. This is his mercy, initiating them into the path of back to truth, giving them this lifeline where we can all hold on to that lifeline. This is the initiation in one sense, when we hold that lifeline and start to take Krishna consciousness in our lives. The official initiation represented in our line, the Diksha initiation. Of course, another requirement on the path. But as we hear from Chaitanya Charitamrita, from Krishna Das Kaviraj Goswami, whether it's the Vatma Padarshika or the initial connection with Krishna consciousness through a representative, or whether it's the siksha that we receive, the instruction from a representative of Krishna, or whether it's the diksha which we receive, All three are nothing but, you could say, forms of the mercy of the Lord, external manifestations of Krishna's mercy. And of course, in the heart itself, Krishna is there, guiding us, reminding us. And he's there in a literary form. If we really want, Srila Prabhupada said, to know the spiritual master, we have to follow, of course. We also have to read his book. Prabhupada's books are there for us. This is how we associate with the pure devotee of the Lord. We open our hearts and allow his words to enter into our hearts. And they will cleanse our hearts, purify our intelligence. We will start to see things in perspective. This is the business of the spiritual master, to help others to see things in perspective, to see what is going on in relationship with Krishna and not separate. To see things in a way that we can be released or freed from our bondage. The spiritual master does this by his words, by his actions. And it's the disciples' good fortune, or all of our good fortune, to have that opportunity to become purified. The words emanating from his lotus mouth. Prabhupada's words are emanating through many forms. We simply have to hear them. We're just a tiny, what we say, limited recipient. We can, as they say, with Prabhupada's mercy is unlimited. It's up to us how much we receive, but in terms of dissemination, limited, a very limited person that I am, trying to do a little service for Srila Prabhupada, hoping that it will inspire somebody, something, to take to Krishna consciousness a little bit. So thank you for allowing me to be here. And I don't know if any use my being here, but to try to render some service. I'll just read some of my offering from last year. At this point of my lifetime, I wish to offer my obeisances unto you, Srila Prabhupada, in a practical way. I pray you kindly accept them. A little letter from Prabhupada. Please, Prabhupada says, always remind me to chant. Even you send me into the hell. It doesn't matter. Just so long as I can always chant Hare Krishna. A letter was written over 56 years ago. It's a constant reminder to our real business. To chant under all circumstances. The spiritual master, of course, comes to remind us to chant. Somehow you have placed me in France to serve your mission. I pray that I can live by your words and dedicate this good-for-nothing body and mind in your service, to dedicate this lifetime and future ones, if needs be, to fulfilling your desires. It seems this is the real way to offer obeisances. If we look up the dictionary meaning of obeisances, it means the act, the fact of obeying. It should be an act, or something you do that expresses this obeying. Obeisance is the act of obeying. Srila Prabhupada writes in the 4th canto, the disciple should not consider whether he is going back home, back to Godhead. His first business should be to execute the order of his spiritual master. Thus the disciple should always meditate on the order of the spiritual master, and that is perfectional meditation. You know, the Prabhupada said one time the best way to conquer the mind is to always think how we can help spread Krishna consciousness. Not only should he meditate upon that order, but he should find out the means by which he can perfectly worship and execute it. I continue. I can only say I am trying to execute your will in at least some small way or other. Please give me the strength that I do not desist, no matter what the challenge. And Prabhupada said in Paris in 1973, I thank you very much for inviting me in your temple. And I am very much pleased there are so many young boys and girls. They are chanting Hare Krishna. That is a new thing in the history. In a city like Paris, younger generation will chant Hare Krishna mantra. We are making history. That is a fact. So do it sincerely. In all circumstances, trials, do not give up. Continue. If you desire, Srila Prabhupada, I'm willing to come back again and again. Your example of sacrifice sustains me, maintains me, and remains with me always. Reflecting on the years when you walked the streets of Delhi and New York alone, distributing Krishna conscious literature, gives me the strength to soldier on. My meditation, as this is not known to you particularly as a personal thing, my meditation, to be in Paris, in Châtelet-Léal, that is the center or square of Paris, practically speaking, Châtelet-Léal, and a very place where a Rath Yatra usually concludes also. Big, many people. And it literally means the fortified gateway to hell. The main hub of the city, chanting, dancing, distributing books like rock. Prabhupada in Hamburg said, either you put me in the hell or heaven, or this or that. It's all the same. Because he is always with Krishna, chanting Hare Krishna. Krishna is always with him. So where is the cause of being afraid that this place is not good? This place is very good. No, wherever Krishna is, there is very good. That's all. In London, Prabhupada said, it doesn't matter where it is. Even if we go to the factory, anywhere, we can go to hell even. It doesn't matter. My wish, to quit this body on the field of Sankirtan, assisting you to deliver the lost souls from the gateways to hell. We deeply feel your presence as the personification of Lord Nityananda's mercy in these hellish places, and they become like Vaikuntha. And let's say Paris becomes paradise. You have given the simple formula of transformation. Chant, dance, and feast on Krishna Prasadam. The street becomes our temple. And all the conditioned souls there are coming to worship the Lord, even without their knowledge. You have truly given us this gift of seeing Krishna in everything and everywhere through this Sankirtan Yajna. We just have to do it. You have given us the most joyful austerity, perfection, passive perfection. In Krishna consciousness, our recreation is dancing and chanting. And when we get tired, we take prasad. Is dancing difficult? Is chanting difficult? I have no other hope than this, that you please always remind me to chant. And as long as this body works to dance, I have no qualification for anything. But out of your causeless mercy, you have given me and everyone else this divine lifeline of Sankirtan. May I dedicate this lifetime in serving you wherever you put me, to sacrifice everything that is at my disposal. To hell with personal desires for satisfying my temporal so-called needs. The only thing of value in my life is the privilege at your will. Thank you, Srila Prabhupada, for this greatest gift of allowing me to associate, if only from a distance, with the topmost Leela of Harinam Sankirtan. This is my only sadhana. You are my only hope. Your begging servant, Janananda Goswami. Hare Krishna. So we're going to move along, but just thank you all. Some of you have come morning. At 1:30 in the morning, Shyamananda arrived. He's in the kitchen already. And others have come from other countries, Fiji, Australia, some of us from further afield, but wherever you're from, thank you for coming. And we hope that today will inspire us a little more to move forward, become serious in our real responsibility in life. Each and every one of us become guru in the sense of being an instrument to take this message, to share it with others, practice it ourselves, and offer it to others. In this way, this movement will spread. And Prabhupada will be pleased. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Hare Krishna. Thank you. Hand over to a wonderful MC.
For those of you who have just arrived, warm welcome. Good morning. To this wonderful 75th Vyasa Puja Auckland. So next we move on to the homages. First, we will request Swami Prabhupada to come and present, followed by one person representing Jatra. And just a reminder, please be brief. Expect that we will exceed.
You should have turned the microphone off. I didn't know.
So we'll move along, and may I request, please request Atmananda Prabhu to please come over and.
Ananda Prabhu is here. Okay. Oh, Hare Krishna, Hare Bol Prabhu. Come and take a seat. Please. Well, yeah, but there's one over here for you. Good. No question of that. Hare Krishna. Please. Please come.
Okay. So, Atmananda Prabhu would like to have some more time. So, can we request Kala Samvara Prabhu to come and please present? You don't need time.
There's no obligation. Please. You want this microphone?
So the first time I had any personal association with Janananda was when I came from Christchurch to Auckland. We used to talk often on the phone, and one day I decided better get up there, help out. And then he reminded me of, I think it's Janananda Goswami that used to sit outside the kitchen and eat the broken rice that was washed down the drain. Was it Raghunath? Yeah, Chaitanya Leela. We should understand that sometimes we read these Leelas in the Chaitanya Charitamrita and they're thinking, they don't happen anymore. This just happened when Lord Chaitanya was on the planet. This is what happened when Srila Prabhupada was on the planet, Bhaktivedanta Thakur was on the planet. But actually, within our society, we also have personalities, not to embarrass them, not to maybe to the degree of Raghunath Das, but whose meat joke could be more advanced. But anyhow, Raghunathi would sit outside where they wash, and the rice would come down the broken rice. He would eat it.
Very comfortable.
When Lord Chaitanya caught him and says, "Why are you feasting without me? It's offensive." And he grabbed some out of his hand and went into ecstasy. So when I first came up here, it's so funny because this is what Janananda Prabhu would do. After they cooked the offering, I think those days, did you go for lunch? I think you invited me for lunch once. I was dreading it. Because after the cooks had cooked, he would go out the back. This is the old temple. He would get all the containers of milk, little bits of milk, could have been there for years, and then he would put it in fill up a container. Who knows how long the milk was there? But he would do this every day, and that was what occurred. And then whenever vegetables were there, like there could have been a bit of broccoli left on the thing, he'd cut it up, and a few leaves. And that was his prashad. Waste not, what's not. So I saw him do this, and I thought, whoa, that's a whole nother level to me. And then when he invited me for lunch, I was thinking, lunch is what he got out there. So when he says turn up at 12, I turn up at 1, I says, have you finished yet? So we have saints amongst us. Actually, we're all saints. Like Srila Prabhupada said, Srila Prabhupada, how many pure devotees do we have in our society? Prabhupada said, how many devotees we have? We're all at different levels of purity. And that's why Prabhupada created this association, this society, so saintly people can come together and make advancement. Another time was that there was some legal problem. Someone had built a mezzanine floor at school there in the old rock cart. So they wanted to move in there. They thought, I paid for it, I'm going to move in there. This is my house. But there was no bathroom, no facility. But a lot of devotees on the farm were living like that. They were living in cars and, living in the barn and living under trees and living in tents. It was like a real hillbilly place. Actually, the local people used to call it the slum of Riverhead. Even though because the devotees are so transcendental, they didn't mind living in a car and living in a particular way which wasn't suitable to the common person. So it was Sunday morning, and Janananda had just finished giving class. Then he went back to his room to take bath, and then a lawyer turned up just out of the blue with this person and says, I brought my lawyer. We want to solve this situation right now. This is on a Sunday morning. This guy was so determined, this person, to actually get the mezzanine floor back and live in it. And then it was all before I came here, so I couldn't really respond to it. So the lawyer said, well, who was here? Who's in control? So I says, well, our temple president. I'll go and get him for you. So Janananda had just got out of the shower, just had his dhoti on, and all of his ribs were sticking out. And he'd just been shaved up with fresh tilak. And I said, Janananda, you have to come with me because you're the witness. It's like the Gopal deity. You're the witness. And then Janananda came in, and I went, this is Janananda, he's the witness. And the lawyer looked at the person, he said, we should just go. There's no way you're going to win any case against this personality. It was like another person who reminds me of is Gandhi. If they were going to do a movie about Gandhi, we have the person, isn't it? And he has similar taints like Gandhi, the simple living and high thinking. And so these are some of the things. Is my 2 minutes up? Haven't heard the bell yet. So what Janananda's achieved over his lifetime can't be frowned upon, because for someone who's got that taste for Sri Harinam Prabhu, Harinam Sankirtan, Bhakti Harinam Sankirtan, Prashadam distribution is also Harinam Sankirtan. So ever since I've been in Janananda Prabhu's association, he's always doing. Basically, Janananda says, pull over, got out and had kirtan. It wasn't that we had to wait for 20 Prabhupada. At Thompson Square Garden. It was just really a thing altogether. This is an incredible thing to actually spend your whole life, because there's nothing more glorious, as we know from Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. The Sankirtan movement is the prime benediction for humanity at large, and it spreads the rays of the benediction moon. And you have to go out because people don't know us. Actually, we're such a minority of any organization. Even I'm part of the Indian Association board. They ask me, who am I? Where am I? The younger people, who are you? Where do you exist? Oh, I've never heard of you. I've never seen you. And so many youth, so many school children that meet us on the road, they jump into the kirtan. They're so excited to see the kirtan. Who are you people? It's fantastic. I love it. And without us going out, they would never know about us. And it's really good about social media now, because so many boats are coming in and so many tourists are there. So everyone's taking photos and they're taking videos. So just by being in one place, actually doing Harinam all over the world. They're from China and Japan and America, Australia, even some from New Zealand. So the potency of this Harinam Sankirtan can't be spoken enough and appreciated enough. And we shouldn't think, well, that was just something Prabhupada wanted at the beginning, because it's still the beginning. We're only 50 years old, maybe 50, 55 years old as the society. Maybe we can start thinking like that. Or we should never, ever think like that. Because Srila Prabhupada says, better close everything down, but go out and do Harinam. Harinam is, we shouldn't say the most important, but it's very important. So Janananda invites us, Bhagavatam, the nectar, Harinam, Prasadam, and book distribution. And I always say to the devotees, keep the basics there. If you want to stay around for lifetimes within our movement, just keep the basics. Do the basics. Go out, do book distribution, do Prasadam, do Harinam. And then if there's something else you want to do, farm community, grow some vegetables, whatever, but at least do the foundation. And by doing that foundation, you get the mercy of the whole parampara system. So to me, Janananda imbibes that particular mood of coming in the line of the succession, especially coming down from Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Rupa Goswami, Sanatana Goswami, and the 6 Goswamis of Vrindavan. So Janananda Goswami ki. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Prabhuji. See, Maharaj is personally present with us. Who would like to sit closer to Maharaj? Who? Then just do it. Please come ahead, because there's a lot of devotees coming and joining us for this event. So as close as you can, as close as you can. Remember, there's some special things happening at the end, so you'll be the first person to receive them. Please. Okay, so we'll move on. Who are you? So we'll next invite His Grace Atmananda Prabhu to please come over and present. Yeah.
Hare Krishna. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Janananda Maharaj ki jai. So I'm humbled and grateful to be here on this special day. Maharaj and I have known each other for a long time. I don't even like to think about how long, because then I feel old. So, in fact, Maharaj was the main person who helped my wife, Bhakti Marg, many of you know her, to come to Krishna consciousness. What year would that have been, Maharaj? 1980, in England. Yeah. So, I've considered Maharaj one of my closest friends for most of these years, if not all these years. And for me, a friend means someone I can trust. And that I don't feel that way about a lot of people. Maybe that's my problem. But a person I can trust. I can say anything. And Maharaj, he reciprocates like that. So that's very impactful for me. If it was nothing else, that would be everything. A person I can trust. And I remember a few years ago here, I remember 3 or 4 years ago when we had the Vyasa Puja for Maharaj here, one younger devotee came up to me later and he said, Maharaj is the real deal. So he's a Prabhupada man. You're a Prabhupada man, Maharaj. And I've seen that even, Kalasambar was talking about when you were here at New Varshan. I remember part of that you took on huge services, administration, management, accounting, which I don't think is so much aligned with your propensity, but you took it on, and I remember it was a hugely challenging, difficult time, and I felt for you. So beyond that, so many things, as Kalasambar Prabhu was saying, your love for the holy name, as you were expressing before, and following on and quoting Prabhupada about the chanting. How much you were telling me just recently that sometimes you go out in the streets in the freezing cold in Paris and sit down at a little book table, and I don't remember if you said cartels or how many, and chant 6 hours sometimes straight, nonstop. Because your love, you have so much attraction for Krishna. That's, for me, that's purity. And because of your purity, you are having so much effect around the world. This small number of us here. I don't know. When you first went to France, Maharaj, tried to save ISKCON there, how many actively outreach, actively preaching devotees would you say were there, if any?
Embarrassing to ask. Prabhupada sent for.
Yes. Would you say 1 or 2 or 3 maybe in France at that time? Yes. Yes. And now, because of your presence and your example, book distribution, Harinam, preaching, your humility, your attractiveness, manifesting the features, the qualities of a pure devotee and Krishna. So that's like a magnet. So how many devotees or people right now, are actively preaching Krishna consciousness in France? What would be your estimate if you don't know exactly? Yes, that's what I'm trying to do.
We see that all the devotees who cows,
Yeah.
children, the deities,
Yeah.
many different services there. A lot of our energy in France, of course, is there. We have 2 temples that are established by the deities established by Prabhupada, Paris, and each temple has three sets of deities that you have here. In Mayapur, we have three very large deities. Only Sai Krishna Balaram. Krishna Balaram are the only Krishna Balaram installed by Srila Prabhupada other than in Vrindavan. It's a very special responsibility. So a lot of energy, meant to be a lot of energy, is there to maintain, to try to improve the worship of their lordship. Same in Paris, as rather Paris is for the days, other days is there. But very more or less when we came, almost all the energy was being given, was giving their lives to try to maintain the daily worship. But it was hard to keep devotees under pressure. Coming and going, with a few steady. So what can we say? We some or another we were asked, well, somebody asked me to go to France and prayed and tried, pray and try. And as Krishna, we stole a few devotees from here and there. Stole Lochanananda Prabhu from the Gold Coast. We stole Garanga Prema from Auckland. And one or two from here and there, one devotee from Germany. Just to try to have a few younger personnel. Pretty much everyone was old, worn out. So a few younger devotees came, and slowly things started to pick up in various ways. My main inspirations were many, but the main one I would say was a few senior godbrothers who really encouraged me. Shivaram Maharaj being exceptional, Dave and Rita Maharaj also very encouraging, and Bhakti Prakash Maharaj very much helping us. They were also, Shivaram Maharaj and Bhakti Prakash Maharaj sent devotees to help also. We really brought devotees in from other places, and Ajita Prabhu was also coming, and he helped to set up the volunteer program. So all these different things, with a little preaching center in the city of Paris. Some devotees joined from there, some from the volunteers program, some from other programs. And slowly a few new people were coming and joining, locals from other countries. Things slowly grow, and I don't know, it's hard to say how many are preaching, because we see that everyone...
With the conditions that you made, Maharaj, about those other devotees who are back up, I should have included those when I said preaching.
Where one?
You added devotees who are taking care of the deities, taking care of...
Yeah, they're also preaching.
Yes, exactly. So I should have included that when I asked you. In that broader
well,
realm.
There was about... It's gone through different times. There have been times when New Michaels had like 5 or 6 devotees staying there. The days were dressed once a week. They never got garlands. They got one offering a day. There was times like this. Now, they were only dressed once a week and installed by Prabhupada. Nobody there. That building's falling down. I don't want to get into it. But I really feel that Prabhupada would put emphasis on it. It's nice to build temples everywhere. When temples established by Prabhupada.
Oh.
So anyway, I just try to concentrate on what I can do. One of my, you can't say guru, but one of my statements, which actually it came from probably the most influential scientist of the day, atheistic, maybe he is, but one of his beneficial statements was focus on what you can do, not what you cannot. Many people focus on what they cannot do. Imitation or false anticipation or whatever it may be. We've all been given something by the Lord. And if we can somehow focus on offering that to the Lord. And somehow, I don't say I have any taste for holy name or Sankirtan or anything, but Prabhupada has given us this. And it's, as he said in one of those letters or whatever. What is it difficult? Is it difficult to chant? Is it difficult to dance? It's joyful. This is our recreation. And somehow or another, everyone says that. They say, well, that's fantastic. But then don't go out again for another 6 months. This is what we should be doing. Lord Chaitanya's movement is dancing, chanting, and feasting. We have other things to do, but this should be a major and important thing in all of our lives. It's the only means. Bhaktisiddhanta Maharaj said there is no other means. This is the only means of freeing ourselves. There is no other method other than congregational chanting of the holy name. The only method of actual freedom. We have to have this in our lives. Somehow we tried with thick and thin. And many of us, many young people, mostly congregation, have taken up, as I mentioned today, all of our top book distributors this year are all working people. They work outside. They come out on their spare time. They're not living in the brahmachari ashram. Everybody in this room is a preacher, or you can be a preacher. I've said it every night this week. Just distribute this message. Take a book with you. Take prasadam with you. Take a Hare Krishna mantra card with you. Engage everyone you can. Somehow or another, you don't even have to speak. Just give them a cookie or whatever you've got. Well, that's trying to be our mood. Slowly, devotees were appreciating, even older devotees were, say, a little bit disenchanted. Many of them have become a little bit more favorable, taking part. One of them is now one of our top book distributors, 70-year-old Prabhupada disciple. Previously, he was practically, whatever, distanced from this song. I don't want to. I'm not supposed to speak now. You've got me going. I'm sorry. But there's a great opportunity.
I got you going, Maharaj. Can I turn you off now?
Yes, please.
No, I'm being cheeky. Speak as much as you want. Your day. So I was trying to pin you down or put you on to get a comparison of what was happening in France or not happening in France in terms of Krishna consciousness when you went there and what's happening now. You're not allowed to interrupt me, Maharaj, anymore. I have the floor, and you're supposed to accept the glorification graciously.
Yeah, but I want to glorify
and you're not allowed to minimize yourself on this day. I won't stand for it.
He's the temple.
Be quiet.
Janananda escaped from the Gold Coast, and he's the temple president of New Mayapur, and he's
I wonder why he came. I wonder why he came to you.
Well,
maybe he wanted to be with you, along with those other devotees like Gauranga Prem.
He was trying to escape from the Gold Coast. He didn't know what he was letting himself.
Someone turn off his microphone, please.
It's your fault. I was sitting there quiet.
So yes, I would say I would only estimate 200-300 devotees now in France, maybe more, and so many books going out. I mean, active devotees, whatever service they're doing, maybe less, okay. But Harinam, regular Harinam, I don't know about prasadam distribution, but it's a fact that some of our senior leading godbrothers, including GBCs, tried to save France. New Mayapur was going to be sold, a bastion in the country where Krishna Balaram and the other two other sets of deities that Prabhupada installed was going to be sold. And now it's not only saved, but it's being renovated. You may have donated, and if you haven't, please donate towards the reparation.
Oh, careful what you say. I'll get in trouble.
Okay, I'll get in trouble. That's okay for me. Yes, some very senior devotees tried to save France. And as we know, France is one of the most important and influential countries in the world. And it's a very, very difficult place, as Maharaj will confirm, to spread Krishna consciousness. It's a very, very difficult place. But he went there on his own, pretty much. Yes, he had some help, he had encouragement, but because of him, because Maharaj's being there was encouragement, there was support, there was joining, cooperating, working together. Because I declare it's because of Maharaj. And for me, it's quite clear that because you, Maharaj, are so sold out to Srila Prabhupada, so much in love with Prabhupada, you were obviously coming to tears, hearing how Prabhupada, some of Prabhupada's temples are falling apart. So much love and dedication, full surrender, pure, complete surrender to Prabhupada. So I declare that that's why not only Francis is being saved, turned around from falling into the darkness of illusion and degradation, as it was when you went. That's more evidence for me, and I'm not looking for scientific, but this is my experience, my understanding, my realization, knowing who you are and how you are and what you do, and you continue not only that, traveling around the world, encouraging so many devotees all around the world, inspiring them to come to Krishna consciousness. This is exactly what the result of Harinam is, that people are attracted, like iron filings to a magnet. So I could say a lot more. I've gone way over my time. I shouldn't have allowed you to respond at all, but your humility is overpowering. So thank you very much. His Holiness Janananda Maharaj ki jai. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Hare.
Janananda Prabhu ki jai. Very well.
Thank you very much, Prabhuji.
Reminding us of our responsibility to Srila Prabhupada and how we should be grateful. This morning in the Bhagavatam, very significant line of Srila Prabhupada is not so much the service, it's the attitude in our service which counts. An attitude, I was talking afterwards, on devotee, we were talking about gratitude. The word attitude is in gratitude. So, take the GR off, we could say a great attitude. GR, great attitude becomes gratitude. We have eternal gratitude to all the devotees, particularly to Srila Prabhupada. It should be our constant attitude. We're only here by his unlimited mercy. We have to hold on to that mercy, not let Srila Prabhupada keep us.
Thank you, Maharaj. And now can I request any of the other senior devotees to maybe come along? If you'd like to.
Try to keep it within 15 minutes.
All included. Anybody else?
Well, say, MC, you're not doing very well with us so far. We're overwhelming you. This is not fair.
I was just on the verge of the ring.
Yeah,
the
just
bell
on
just
the
behind
verge of
Prabhu, but I just held on.
putting your foot down. I don't know what we're churning, but everything's hard.
Please take away his mic.
Okay. Srila Prabhu is here.
Yeah. Yes, Srila Prabhu. Maharaj wants to speak.
Very bold, Srila Prabhu.
So I take it that Maharaj would like to put this. So we'd like to request His Grace Jai Srila Prabhu to please come.
Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swamini Nami Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pacharani Devasesha Sunyavadi Paschachi Deshtar. When I came into this assembly, I was a little overwhelmed with how many devotees are here. Last time we remember a Vyasa Puja for Maharaj was in this room, maybe, I don't know how long ago that was. It's ringing maybe 8, 9 years. I'm not quite sure. But
Last year, wasn't
it? Where I wasn't here last year for one, I don't think.
Time flies.
Yes.
Don't waste time.
And I was thinking, what am I going to say? All I can say, I've got 15 minutes, have I, Maharaj?
The MC is starting to take over. I don't know what
Oh.
No.
3 and counting.
More.
No. I just wanted to say the mood of friendship that when I think of Janananda Maharaj, I think of a friend. And it's very pleasing to have dear friends who listen and associate and offer friendship in return. So I always feel that with Janananda Maharaj, that he is my friend. And over many years, we have discussed the various aspects of our Krishna consciousness movement. And I was really inspired as I came in. Maharaj was speaking of, were you speaking, Prabhu? Yeah. But Maharaj was speaking to the amount of preaching. I'm a little out of touch with the rest of the world these days. And I'm really inspired to hear how much Maharaj is doing in France and in many, many other places. And so inspired to see so many disciples and followers of Maharaj taking up seriously everything that he's saying on behalf of Srila Prabhupada. So I remember once, even further back, we had I think it was a Vyasa Puja at Ananda's place in Massey. And I made a request at that time. I said, please don't change Maharaj. Because often if you get your own family, it's easy to forget about other friends. Because you're so busy, so many people are demanding your attention. And I said, please don't change Maharaj. Just please always remain the same Janananda Maharaj. And I've not felt a shift at all. I think Maharaj is the same person. Maybe he's got a few more facets on his jewel.
I got a few more. I got some fat around my chest. The
facets, Maharaj, come on.
Fat around my chest. Around other parts of the body, you can't see the bones anymore. I'm afraid. I won't be able to help. You know, if you have a problem with a lawyer next.
So I humbly offer my obeisances at your lotus feet, Maharaj. On the we were reading Srimad Bhagavatam the other day, and there was a very nice verse, third canto Bhagavatam. Towards the end, just I think it might be the last chapter of the third canto, and it was explaining how that Srila Prabhupada was saying very emphatically that one should not be envious of those devotees, one's god brothers, who are more advanced in Krishna consciousness. Srila Prabhupada was saying there that one should see, that was quite an astounding statement Srila Prabhupada made. He said they may be advanced, the disciples may be advanced nearly as much as their guru. And this was Srila Prabhupada speaking about his disciple. So he said one should not become envious, but one should celebrate and be very, very happy to see the God brothers being successful in their mission and facing all challenges. So thank you very much, Maharaj, and please just remain just who you are.
Hare Krishna.
Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Have to excuse me a minute. I just got to go out to the buckets outside and get my lunch bread. There's some leftover cauliflower stems in the bucket. You can feel them already. And some grains of rice which was thrown out of the pot. So I'll just go and get my lunch ready. Be patient. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Maharaj. Interesting, Maharaj said that. I remember many years back in one of his classes or maybe in an informal chat, he was talking about how, when we use cauliflower, we just use the flour and we throw the rest very conveniently. And Maharaj told us that he uses everything, even the stalks are later on used for other preparations and nothing gets thrown out in the bin. So that's a huge lesson that we can learn from Maharaj.
There's
from his own.
an edible sort of covering on the stalk. You've got to get it off first. It's springy and it's not so good, but the inside is very soft and sweet.
There you are.
Sometimes people are a little stringy on the outside, but if you go beyond the surface, you'll find there's a sweet person inside.
So we have got something to take away today. Thank you, Maharaj. So anybody else, some senior devotees, would like to request His Grace Rasparan Prabhu to please come over.
I haven't got any donations for the new temple fund. Remember? I remember.
I don't think I can help you there. Namam Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasad Bhutale Srimate Janananda Goswami Namam Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasad Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Namam Namaste Saraswate Deve Gaurvani Charan Nirvises Nivani Pasha Hare Krishna Maharaj, and a very happy Vyasa Puja from me and my family. I'd just like to say a few words about Maharaj. Whenever he arrives in Auckland, he makes sure there is always inquiring about the devotees he has met many years back. He has never forgotten his associations of devotees in the past. Couple of things when I see Maharaj, reminds me, Maharaj, I still remember the hot crispy puri you fed us at Padmasambhava's place many years back. Nobody can prepare puris like Maharaj. Those cooks want to learn how to do it, get in touch with him.
Oh
And
my
Maharaj Kirtan, also know our place in Denimora. We had just moved in and invited devotees for Kirtan, and Maharaj came and he was leading the Kirtan. He sang in the house for about half an hour, and he got up with the troop. He moved around, circumambulated the house a couple of times and saw the driveway and went off the driveway and went round not the block, the settlement in Denimura, and was gone for half an hour. And when he came back, my son said, never going to play with in his kids. Because he took everybody around the house. That's how practical Maharaj is. And again, I pray to Sri Radha Girdhari to bestow his good health, Maharaj, so that you can carry on with your services to Srila Prabhupada and inspire us whenever you come here. Thank you very much, Maharaj, for giving us the opportunity. Hare Krishna.
Thank you very much, Rasparan Prabhu. Anybody else like to come over from there? Okay, you might want to come back later, that's fine. So maybe we'll start off with the disciples now. So as we discussed, there'll be just one person representing that particular yatra. And anybody feels inspired, I guess you know the names. If not, I'll call out the names. We have some devotees from Sydney, and I would request Achyuta Keshava Prabhu to come over and offer so much to Maharaj.
Just to let you know, and get up and get ready. Achudakeshwar just spent 5 or 6 weeks with us in Paris during the Prabhupada's book marathon. And much of the time it was below freezing. And he was engaged about 15 hours a day in service. And I hope his mother will forgive us. But he was doing all the accounts for the whole marathon, and all the scores for the marathon, all the money counting, bagging, and everything, looking after the devotees prashadam as well, and organizing all the books, and going down the city with bags of books. Not only he, other devotees too, but he was going regularly down to the city with big bags with 100 Bhagavad Gitas in each bag, alone taking them down to the city. I don't know if you can imagine what 100 Bhagavad Gitas are, but it's a lot of books. There's huge bags, massive, bigger than a person practically, going down on the metro, the buses, crossing platforms, taking stairs, lifts, everything. It's a really big job getting down to the city of Paris, the Mount Temple, changing trains 2 or 3 times, so many things. And then more or less every day was working around the clock. So, thank you for that. Hare Krishna.
And after Prabhu finishes, can I also request Sham Sundar Prabhu, who represents Murali Lumba, to come in next? Thank you. Prabhu just reminded me 3 minutes.
Namo Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimate Janananda Goswami Namine. Namo Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Namine. Namaste Saraswati Deva Gauravani Pacharani Nivise Hari Pachatane. Hare Krishna, dear Guru Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances. O glorious to Srila Prabhupada. I did write an offering. It was not very good, and we only have 3 minutes. So I'll quickly just share some realizations that I've had. I'm a very, very fallen person, as you would know. Somehow or other, you gave me your association when I was 18 months, and every year, almost every year since then. So you would know how unqualified I am. This last year in 2024, we had your association, I think personally, in maybe 4 different situations. The first 2 was in Singapore and Malaysia. Obviously in Malaysia, we learned from His Holiness Bhakti Vikas Maharaj that in the 80s, you would really push yourself, and I think the only form of sense gratification you had was standing in front of the air conditioner in the mall because you were taking cold showers, you were having dry fruits for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, just going out on the streets. And in Singapore as well, a place where legally preaching Krishna consciousness is not favorable. Still, you were there, and you were providing encouragement to the devotees there. I think in the end of November, with your blessings, we went to Paris. Myself, Rasikananda, and everybody was there. One realization I did have is nothing is really possible without your guidance and your blessings. In Paris itself, it seemed to be almost like an impossible task, obviously without your blessings and without Srila Prabhupada's presence. Before we were there, the Australian government, and it's not exactly safe. And Maharaj has so many disciples, but he sort of sacrificed all that just to be there on the battlefield. 6 to 8 hours a day. Maharaj would leave at around 10 a.m. The first person to go for all the brahmacharis, and he'll be more or less the last person to come back around 6 p.m., which is after sunset. Few realizations I did have, I don't want to take too much time. One realization was, it was one random day. Maharaj, it was a resting day, sort of, but Maharaj never really took any rest days. He did tell me that the days where he wants to rest are the days somehow or other he has to go out on the streets. So Maharaj ended up going just for a 15-minute walk to the shopping center, and he did like pretty much a whole bag of books. He did 2 Bhagavad Gitas, small books, Arabic books, they're all finished. Like that, there are many, many interesting pastimes. Maybe I might share them later. But other than that, another realization I had was, and I'll finish here, was maybe around June or July this year, last year, sorry. I was working on one particular legal project with Maharaj. It was quite a daunting task. There were maybe 4 or 5 or 6 lawyers involved as well. And there was one situation where it seemed to be sort of stolted. Like it wasn't moving, nothing was happening, and stalled, I mean. And it was my birthday, and it was very, very difficult. And Maharaj sent a voice message, and he said, "I give you all my blessings to complete this project today." And I've been waiting for 18 months. Nothing's happened whatsoever. But I just, yeah, okay, sure. I'll try and finish it in the day. And believe it or not, it was very mystical. Everything just fell in place as soon as Maharaj said that. Afterwards, that time Maharaj was in the UK. I was in Australia, so it was around a 12-hour difference. I will be resting, and the lawyers will be sending emails to get things done, which obviously, as you know, with lawyers, you have to be very, very quick, otherwise you lose the opportunity. So I'll be sleeping. I'll just happen to wake up, check my phone, and at that minute, the lawyer sent an email to reply to. And gradually we managed to finish the project. So just a realization I had that without Maharaj's blessings, I can't really do much. So on this auspicious day, my humble prayer is that I can continue to try and serve. Please forgive me for all my unnoticed and all my offenses, and hopefully one day I can try to assist and serve in the best way that I can. Hare Krishna.
The truth is also great credit to his parents. He's 20 years of age, and he's been requested by the ISKCON law to be the ISKCON law representative in the GBC.
Hare Krishna.
20 years old, so he has to represent the ISKCON law department in front of the GBC body. So you can see this is what we want in our movement, that the younger devotees come forward, encourage them, support them. They're the future of our movement. Hare
Krishna. Thank you very much. And I'm sure we'll catch up with more stories with Prabhuji later on.
Please give your blessings that he can be a worthy representative, and Krishna will give him all the intelligence and strength.
Thank you very much. Next we have our Grace Ganga Devi Dachi from Muruilumba offering her homage to Maharaj.
New Govardhan, if you don't know where that is.
New Govardhan.
Australia, if you don't know where New Govardhan is. If you don't know where Australia is, an island off the west coast of New Zealand. Little island over there, just off the coast of Muriwai.
Dear Gurudeva, I offer my humble obeisances at your lotus feet. All glories to you on this most auspicious day of your appearance. At this most special time of the year, I feel so fortunate to meditate on your shelter and the bliss it provides me. I have found solace in Krishna consciousness and happiness in my heart when doing devotional service. Association with Gurudev in absence is tough, but the online collection of your lectures and kirtans keeps me afloat. Also, the WhatsApp group with message updates helps a lot as well. Once I asked for your mercy, and you said all the mercy is there, and it's up to each individual disciple to take the mercy. I wonder what it will take me to receive some of that mercy. You open-handedly made it available for everyone. In a nutshell, Gurudev, you serve Srila Prabhupada with every breath, saving the conditioned souls during the Sankirtan in the streets. You show us by example that only satisfaction one brings to the soul is to serve Krishna and his pure devotees. So on this occasion, I thank you for allowing me to connect with our spiritual family of great souls present through you. I feel I'm incredibly blessed. Forever, your aspiring servant and disciple, Ganga Devi Dasi. And also, Ekatasi, she messaged saying that she will see you in February and give her offering at that time.
Hare Krishna. How old is she now?
84 this year.
84.
Okay, thank you very much, Mataji. Next, can we request Nityananda Prabhu from Melbourne to come over?
From where?
From Melbourne.
You moved. You moved?
Oh, I was giving your name from Melbourne.
Are you moved to Melbourne? No. Who did you call upon? Nityananda?
Yeah, that's the name. Perhaps the location was a bit different. Okay, never mind. Now, in that case, can I then request?
Nityananda's here, huh? Confused. Pardon?
Yeah.
Oh,
Sydney Yatra.
that's enough for Sydney. More than enough.
Okay, is Mohan Rupa Prabhu here? Mohan Rupa Prabhu from Fiji. Request you to please come over. Next is this Lakshmi Priya Mataji.
Hare Krishna Maharaj. First is from my mom's side. The very big thing for her is that this is the first time that she's getting to attend Vyasa Puja in person. All this while, every time it was on just a live on Facebook. So we had some hiccups with our visa. Unfortunately, in the very last minute, we got it. And mom is really, really happy just to be here in association.
Where's
with
your
this,
mother? Where are you?
There she is.
There she is. And Devani is with us. And Devani is with us today. First time ever in New Zealand.
Yes. I'd like to share one experience of mine with Maharaj. This is back in 2013. From Vrindavan, we were on our way to Mayapur. And in that train, it was just me and Maharaj. I think at around 8 p.m. or so, Maharaj said, okay, let's wrap up. And he's going to the washroom. And once he's back, he will be taking rest. So I thought, okay, let me set it up. And this was my first time in that Rajdhani train, and I didn't know much about it. So I thought while Maharaj is there, and before he comes, let me just set things up. And I didn't want him to, rest on that couch directly. So his utri was there. I used it as a bedsheet and cover the seat. So when Maharaj came back and he said, "What is this?" I said, "Maharaj, I used it as a bedsheet, and because I didn't want you to sleep directly on it." And but that utri, he would be using it like pretty much every time. And he said, "Just check up there, what's over there on that rack." So there was this paper bag envelope kind of thing, and inside that, he said, "Open it up," and I look inside. Inside there is this, blanket and this and that, all this bed sheet. And I was like, "Oh no!" I quickly ripped it open. I was about to change, and he said, "No, no, leave it. That's okay." And it got me thinking, in our new days, or maybe even when we spend some times in the movement, still we go on doing nonsense. But Maharaj is accepting our effort and helping us grow and do better and better. I pray on this day to Maharaj that someday it imbibes in my heart that I am also able to see the effort that others, or whichever way that people are putting in, rather than being goal oriented, things like that. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Prabhuji. Very good. Next, we have got Lakshmi Priya Mataji from Brisbane Yatra.
Lakshmi Priya spent a month with us in Govardhan, in New Mayapur last year, along with Dia, who's also here, and they spent a lot of their time weeding the garden, pulling out weeds from morning to night, and it was pretty hot some days, but they would still go out into the field, pulling out weeds.
Namo Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimati Janananda Goswami Maharaj. Namaste Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swami Maharaj. Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Dharine Nirvishesha Shanyavadi Puspachya. Dear Gurudev, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to you on the auspicious day of the Vyasa Puja. Thank you for being that guiding beacon in my spiritual life. Through your instructions, I have found a deeper relationship with Srila Prabhupada and the Parampara. Your instructions after the 2024 Vyasa Puja were very clear.
A little slower if you can.
Your instructions after the 2024 Vyasa Puja were very clear. Number one, I pray that all of you make an offering of this lifetime to the mission of Srila Prabhupada, putting aside personal interests and making our world one with Srila Prabhupada's will. Number two, service to the Vaishnavas is the gateway to pure devotion. Practical action in devotional service is a necessity. Never shirk this in one's relationship to our parampara. Number three, chant the holy names with all your hearts and hear as much as you can from our Srila Prabhupada in the form of his books and lectures. Number four, do not forget we are not the doers, the enjoyers, or the proprietors. Avoid at all costs gossip and undue criticisms of all kinds. Focus on your service and cultivating pure Nam Seva. You lead by example with all these instructions, serving the mission of Srila Prabhupada for over 50 years. As stated in Bhagavad Gita 3:21, whatever action a great man performs, common men follow, and whatever standards he sets by exemplary acts, all the world pursues. You have dedicated your life to the mission of Srila Prabhupada with your compassion and tolerance. Your nature of Paradukadaki has sown the seed of bhakti in many hearts. Your practical nature of being in the front line in Harinam and book distribution has inspired many to serve in this mission of Srila Prabhupada. In the purport of Srimad Bhagavatam 16:9, Srila Prabhupada says, a Vaishnava, therefore, is truly a perfect person because he laments to see others unhappy and he feels joy at seeing others happy. A Vaishnava is Paradukadaki. He is always unhappy to see the conditioned souls in an unhappy state of materialism. Therefore, a Vaishnava is always busy preaching Krishna consciousness throughout the world. Gurudev, you draw attention to the importance of Vaishnava Seva. It's our key to pure devotional service. Shri Narottam Das Thakur sings Chadiya Vaishnava Seva Nishtarapacha Keva, which means that unless one serves the Vaishnavas and Brahmanas, one cannot get liberation from material clutches. You again lead by example by your unconditional service to the Vaishnavas. You stress the importance of having Srila Prabhupada's association through his books and lectures. The association of the Mahatmas is mentioned in Srimad Bhagavatam 3:720. The system of association has been recommended since time immemorial, but in this age of quarrel and hypocrisy, it is especially recommended by Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Gurudev, you also remind us always of our true identity as the servant of the servant in our service to the Supreme Lord, who is the proprietor of everything. You repetitively remind us of the negative effect of gossip and criticism on our path of bhakti, regularly quoting from Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, who says, be indifferent to bazaar gossip, stick firmly to your cherished goals. No lack or impediments of the world will ever stand in your way. Like Prabhupada, you ensure we are conscious of not wasting anything as it is Krishna's energy. During the recent visit to New Mayapur, you mentioned how to not waste Krishna's energy during cooking. You said, do not peel ginger, scrape the ginger. This way you will save 10% of the ginger. By saving 10% of the ginger, you save 10% of money. By saving 10%, you can buy more books and distribute. You also mentioned to use hot water only when necessary, as everything costs money and takes time to produce. You see everything as part and parcel of Krishna. You emphasize the need for practical devotional service. In almost every class, you instruct the importance of Harinam and book distribution. In one class, you mentioned all services should lead to Harinam Sankirtan. In Brisbane, in the last December, we had a book marathon. After many years, many of the devotees engaged in this service. And the service has really enlightened all the devotees in Brisbane. Gurudev, I pray that little service to the mission of Srila Prabhupada puts a smile on your face. Without your mercy, I have no chance doing anything. Begging for your mercy, your eternal mercy.
Thank you, Mataji. Can I now call upon Grace Sharadhi Mataji, representing the Hamilton Yatra? And just stick to your time. You've been doing quite well so far. After Mataji, can we have Karuna Sindhu Prabhu from Dunedin Yatra? Prabhu, if you can come along. Thank you.
Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prasthaputale Srimate Janananda Goswami Kanamini Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prasthaputale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Kanamini Namaste Saraswati Devi Gaurvani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shrinivari Paschitaya Deshakarine. All glories to Srila Prabhupada, all glories to Srila Gurudev on the most glorious day of your Vyasa Puja. Dearest Gurudev, the light of my life, please accept my humble obeisances at the depths of the Lord's feet. Happy Vyasa Puja. Your Vyasa Puja day is glorious, allowing me to meditate more deeply on your distinguished characteristics. Your incessant service to Srila Prabhupada, glorification for and gratitude to you will not do any justice
the vortex, despite our willingness, despite our unwillingness, the pure devotees of the Lord continue to shower mercy, even though
we are hopeless. May my anathas burn to ashes so that I can be your worthy servant of your servant, following your instructions like a faithful dog to his master. Gurudev, you set the example of not just talking the talk, but also walking the walk. Even though you had the physical association Bapu of Srila Prabhupada only a few times, you have taken his instructions, Vani, as your heart and soul. Gurudev, I am so grateful for your example of total surrender to Srila Prabhupada. Through the complete surrender, you have become the beacon of light for us all. Your surrender to Srila Prabhupada will be very pleasing to him, and this is confirmed by a letter to Hansa Gupta on 1st October 74. Your statements expressing your surrender to your spiritual master is proper. If this principle is followed, you will remain pure and always protected by Krishna. Always follow my instructions and my example. This should be your life and soul. Gurudev, your complete surrender and unwavering dedication to Srila Prabhupada's mission is like a powerful current that sweeps us all in the right direction. In the purport to Srimad Bhagavatam 113.55, Srila Prabhupada writes that a pure devotee doesn't have a material body because he is surcharged with the current of the Lord's identical interest. What is that identical interest? Krishna wants everyone to go back to him because he's everyone's well-wishing father. Similarly, Gurudev, you are unconditionally distributing your indiscriminately. Selflessly, you walk the streets distributing compassion and mercy to one and all. In a letter to Rameshwar in India in 9 January 73, Srila Prabhupada wrote So I am so much pleased upon all the boys and girls in Los Angeles and all over the world who are understanding and appreciating this unique quality of our transcendental literature, and voluntarily they are going to distribute my book, despite all circumstances of difficulty. By this effort alone, they are assured to go back to home, back to Godhead. The most potent way to spread the message of Krishna consciousness, as you are demonstrating to us, is by distributing Srila Prabhupada's books. In this way, Srila Prabhupada's mercy is flowing via you to all of us in your lecture in an evening program in Singapore on 10th Feb 24. You share the profound truth that we are having a chance here to associate with an intimate associate of the Lord. Prabhupada was sitting right next to God. Incredible. This is our inconceivable good fortune. We never asked for it. The mercy has come our way. We just have to take it. And if we appreciate that, we will want so much to share that with others. It is our natural. We realize the suffering in this world. Why should we not give this to others? It's God-given. You to share it with others. And in Australia, Prabhupada once said that if a person just takes a book in his or her hand and simply appreciates it, oh, this is a nice book, and they don't even buy it, that appreciation is enough to give them a human form of life in the next birth.
3 minutes, not 3 hours.
One more minute. Yes, it's stated you're not just selling books, you're completely intervening in someone's chain of repeated births and deaths. You're totally being an instrument in adjusting their karma and changing the whole future of their life. And you have also stated that we have the mercy and now we have to give it to others. We're not spectators. We have to enter the Sankirtan party and surrender to Lord Chaitanya's Sankirtan party. Get into the party, you say, forget who we are. And in your words, you continually remind us that our duty to serve the mission of Srila Prabhupada by distributing his book. And in your lecture, you mentioned that to distribute Srila Prabhupada's books is the basis, the foundation of the life of our movement. It gives life to the movement, it gives energy, and it gives unity and peace in our lives. So please take the spirit. I'm just going to skip a little bit and just a little bit. I'm just going to go to Gurudev. You attentively follow in Srila Prabhupada's footsteps. And in your homage to Srila Prabhupada, you had mentioned that if you desire, I'm willing to come back again and again. Your example of sacrifice sustains me, maintains me, and remains with me always. Gurudev, if you so desire, I'm willing to come again and again to serve you in Srila Prabhupada's mission to spread Krishna consciousness. Surely you will allow this unworthy servant to render some menial service to you. I pray that I can become your worthy servant of your servants to assist you in serving Srila Prabhupada in Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's mission of spreading Krishna consciousness. And on this special day, I would like to offer a humble token of service from our God family and well-wishers. We've participated in a global Sankirtan event where 104 devotees from 10 cities in 5 countries distributed a total of 5,106 books, smashing our target of 1,000. And if my math is right, that's a 583% increase from last year. This offering is dedicated to your pleasure and satisfaction, and we pray that it brings you happiness.
Thank you, Mataji. We have to make up for lost time now. So we've got Karuna Sindhu Prabhu from Dunedin. And next, I would request Rasa Rasika Prabhu from New Plymouth. Thank you.
Mama Om Vishnu Krishna Krishna Bhutari Smati Janananda Goswami. Mama Om Vishnu Krishna Bhutari Smati Bhakti Vedanta Swami. Namaste, Saraswati Devi, Gora Maheshwari, Nitya Suyari, Patani. Yeah, I'm Karuna Sindhu Das from Dunedin, Tiny Grace. It's only Janama with the name. And there's more qualified devotees. Rasikananda Prabhuji is actually from Dunedin boy. And Gorakwa Prabhuji is here, but I've been asked to speak. Right? How can I thank you enough for all you do and are continuing to do for me in every way? Last year was a momentous year for me, for you stepped in so wonderfully when my late father was about to be born. You buoyed me up and cheered my spirits through many a dark moment, especially when I was coming under severe pressure of my relatives. This fulfills my wish and in a way expectation that you will be my genuine spiritual father, as my birth father has returned, Lord Krishna. Thanks to you. And this was after the COVID-19 pandemic, when I thought I'd have close association with you again. As I stated before, gone are my illusions that every year I shall see you in New Zealand and Malaysia regularly. I now value every meeting, as though it may be our last in this world for who knows how much longer. Am I allowed to meet you, my Lord Krishna? Not a blade of grass moves without its will, and gone is my previous complacency forever. And as I see how you wonderfully serve devotees everywhere you go, Paris, New York, the message you give is the same wherever you go. Whoever you meet, tell them about Lord Krishna. And you make it look so easy that I feel inspired that I can do the same too. For example, book discipline and Sankirtan. And spend less time thinking of myself and think of others more. I do wish I join you for your personal Vapu service, but I know serving your Vani is much more important. As you once told me, everything is in the needle. And a few very quick things I mentioned. As I said before in the previous Vyasa Puja in Auckland, many memories come back. But if I keep talking, I'll go on for hours and I don't have that. You don't have that. One is this, how much Guru Dev has time for the little person. One of our godbrother, Leela Madhava, is not very well in Malaysia, and Guru Dev makes better time to see him. And I always remember when he first came to, when I had in Kashi Mishra Prabhuji greeting from the airport, the first thing that His Holiness would do is to visit His Holiness Bhakti Rajendra Nandina Swami, who was in hospital in Seremban. It's quite a distance away. And that's the first thing you do. No thought about himself, go to the temple to relax. The first thing he wants to visit Bhakti Rajendra Nandana Swami. Yeah. There's many other things, but as I said, accelerate all I do now in service of Guru and Lord Krishna. And may every mantra now I chant is in remembrance of it. And I look forward to seeing your forthcoming Vyasa celebration many more years. His Holiness Janananda Swami Vyasa Puja ki jai! Thank you so much, Guru.
Hare Krishna, dear Gurudev, is the humble obeisances. I did write a couple of pages, but I'm just going to summarize for the offering. It's a reflection. We were in 2010, we were planning to go to Vrindavan, and Maharaj asked me, I had applied for my leave, was just waiting for it to be approved, and it was just getting closer to the time when we were supposed to be meeting in Vrindavan, and Maharaj said, has your leave been sorted? And the same day, my manager came and said, oh, I forgot to approve your leave, and there we go, the leave was sorted without the message spiritual master. Getting this into Vrindavan is impossible. So flew into Vrindavan, and in this particular event, we were going to go visit Radha Madan Mohan deity and then Radha Gopinath and Radha Govindji and Gopinath in Jaipur. So we got to Karole, and there was a nice program with Darshan, and after that there was this, we were all supposed to go to Jaipur, but the bus driver decided to avoid the toll roads, and the brahmacharis were getting really upset, and there was an argument going in front, but bus driver just wouldn't listen. He just continued. Maharaj was in the bus, and what was amazing, that's like they're saying, a calamity reveals character, and it was a stressful situation, and the idea was to try and see those three deities on the same day. Maharaj was just like, it's just Krishna's will, just see, Krishna's hand in this, and just keep chanting and chant sincerely. As we're getting closer and closer to Jaipur, it was getting evening time, so it was getting light, and the kirtan became so intense. Maharaj was leading, and we were just all calling out as sincerely as possible. And the bus could not get close to the temple because it was just so crowded. There was just so much traffic jam. If you think of Auckland with traffic jam, that's just the whole Jaipur is another story, you know. So we said that, nah, just stop the bus, and we're about 100 or so meters away from the temple. Maharaj grabbed the mic, just close to the speaker, grabbed it, and we said, no time for shoes, just run, you know. And this is the streets of Jaipur. We're just running, and I was just leading Kirtan. We ran straight into the temple of Govindji. And the darshan was open for a few minutes. It just was, and then, you know, it was time to close. So from here, it's like, we just, no time to go to the bus. We're going to run to Gopinath. Maharaj just leading, charging away, leading the Kirtan so intensely. And we ran towards Gopinath temple. When we got there, the Kirtan was closed. And, you know, we were like, oh no. But Maharaj was like this. When we look at him, he was not fazed by it. The Kirtan just continued. It was encouraging. And then the Pujari a few minutes later came out saying that we have one more darshan, you know, and it's going to open the Kirtan soon. But just the reflection afterwards was where he shared in Vrindavan. And Maharaj was giving the Bhagavatam class and he was talking about a lot of things happened in the past, but just sort of summarizing, was that we can blame the bus driver, we can blame everyone around, you know, but with the experience we had, it would not have been the same if the bus driver had followed the main route. We would have been there well and truly in time. We did not call out and chant so intensely. We were not running through the streets of Jaipur like, you know, mad to try and have darshan of Lord. There's so much eagerness to see. So you always remind us to see things from a different perspective. You know, events happen in life and you don't just say, okay, this person's fault and this one's, you know, I remember, you know, how you spontaneously get into this mood of doing a drama and start blaming the whole world. It's like this person's fault and this, and kind of reminding us to look internally. And last thing was we were just inspired by your mood of doing book distribution, and I'm by no means a book distributor, but we were in Niplomat and trying to do books, and it was a tough day. It was a tough day. People were just, you know, showing kind of, you know, Christians were trying to say we'll be going to hell for what we're doing and all those wonderful stuff. But there was a point was with one of my dear friend Yoginath Prabhu, and I just remembered that the first time I had Harinam was in Auckland with Maharaj, and Maharaj mentioned that Harinam is both an external and an internal process. Externally, you know, you're distributing the mercy, but internally it's an opportunity to deal with our own, you know, false ego, deal with what's happening internally. And in that moment, I was just sharing with him, you know, like the point, it's not that those people are the problem. It's just something internal, you know, and we sort of became more introspective and people started reciprocating. We didn't give like hundreds of books out. We ended up only giving 3 small books and 2, you know, Bhagavad Gita. But it was just the reciprocation changed when we remembered what Maharaj's advice was on the occasion. So dear Gurudev, please be merciful upon us to help continue the little preaching efforts we're doing, and through your message we can continue to be inspired in this process of helping spin Krishna consciousness movement. Hare Krishna.
That was one of the most intense days of anticipation on our journey to Radha Govindaji temple. The bus eventually arrived at the outskirts of Jaipur. It was getting in late mid-evening. There was a big fire on the street in front of us. There was actually a fire, and the building caught fire and some stalls, and we couldn't get through, and we had to go another deviation all the way around the city. It was such an incredible experience of determination, of desire to take darshan of Radha Govinda. Special mercy of the Lord, no doubt about the whole thing. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Prabhu. Thank you. Prabhu has been serving Maharaj for a long time and has quite a few gems that we might catch up with later. Thank you, Prabhu. Next, we have Rasaraj Prabhu from Wellington. And thereafter, I would request
Parma Karuna is here from Wellington. He's a senior devotee.
Parma Karuna Prabhu. Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Perhaps Prabhu. Parma Karuna Prabhu. And then we'll have Rasikananda Prabhu representing Paris.
Paris?
He was originally
New
from
Maya-
Wellington,
New Mayapur.
but New Mayapur. Thank you, Prabhu.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna.
Gurudev, thank you so much for saying my name. It's not what I expected.
For our
It will
purification.
be happening tonight, this afternoon. But we do think it's gonna. Hare Krishna, everybody. What to say? You know, I'm only speaking because Gurudev said my name, so I shouldn't be speaking. But I didn't come to Krishna consciousness till I was 50 years old. I may not have come at all had not it been for Guru. So I often wondered why the Lord waited so long before I could try and find Krishna. Probably because I couldn't go with anybody else except Janananda Goswami. Another, and just as a show of how much of a well-wisher Guru is. So, I was in hospital for some time, quite a few weeks. I couldn't speak much and had so many tubes and so many things. And my friends and family course, this is the idea of Gurudev. And by his grace, we can cross the ocean of material suffering and obtain the mercy of Krishna. To see and listen to our Gurudev is a sumptuous banquet, actually, for our starving soul. Our Gurudev doesn't speak or act on the material platform.
relative. A spiritual master is an ocean of mercy and the friend of the poor and the Lord and Master of the devotee. Service to the pure devotee is the best process for obtaining the supreme goal, the shelter of the sweet Lord, Krishna's lotus feet. So for some reason, by past offences with the mouth, my chanting of Hare Krishna is not very good. And also for some reason, by some offences with my ears, my listening to Gurudev is not proper either. Only by the mercy of Gurudev will any redemption for these mistakes come along. But dearest Gurudev, I'd like to thank you for all your effort to reach out to the unfortunate souls who have no way to redeem themselves for their past misdeeds and try to guide them regardless if they're willing or not to accept your guidance. Thank you, Gurudev, for the endless tolerance and well-wishing you send to all, especially the bodily cruelty at Newlands, Gurudev. Thank you so much. You're a helpless and dependent servant, just remaining hanging on to the end of the road. Janananda Goswami Maharaj Ki Jai.
Hare Krishna, dear Gurudev, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to you, Srila Gurudev. Thank you so much for another year full of mercy and opportunities for service. You arrived like a benevolent breeze of compassion at Charles de Gaulle Airport in Paris in April 2024. And every day since then has been full of adventure, excitement, and wonder. Maharaj's schedule is packed with various engagements: Harinam, Ratha Yatra, Padayatra, welcoming guests and devotees, lectures, seminars, retreats, dramas, book distribution, meetings, phone calls, associating with God brothers, corporate events in Paris, Vaishnava festivals, initiations, emergency first on call for Prabhupada disciples having heart attacks in the middle of the night, deity worship, cooking classes, weeding the potato fields by hand for probably around combined total of 50 hours. So there's a pet devotees planted potatoes outside Maharaj's bhajan kutir, or his hut where he stays, but they weren't being maintained and all these big weeds were coming up. So Maharaj took it upon himself to personally start the weeding process, and they're really thorny, really sharp weeds and pricking and poking, and it was really difficult, but Maharaj was doing it himself, and finally we realized, okay, maybe we should try and help a little bit, so tried to do what we could. And what is the common theme for Maharaj in all of these activities? He is always giving and giving and giving. He is giving his time, his energy, his money, his clothes, his prasadam, even his accommodation. The temple in Paris had arranged an apartment for Maharaj to stay in during the book marathon, in the hope Maharaj would be more comfortable. But Maharaj gave it away without hesitation to one of the pujaris who was going through some personal challenges. Maharaj recently said, we try to give what we've got while we've got it. Ultimately, Maharaj has given his life to Srila Prabhupada and is sharing his love and mercy with us all. Earlier last year, Maharaj said, when you're upside down, you think you're the right way around, and you see anyone who is the right way around as upside down. My life has been turned upside down by coming to France, but being close to Maharaj is the best place to be. And I thank you very much for allowing me to be with you and for giving me a chance to try and turn my life the right way around. Maharaj's superhuman qualities are exemplified during what we once mentioned was your favorite time of the year, the Prabhupada Book Marathon in Paris. Maharaj has unbelievable energy, enthusiasm, and boldness for preaching, as well as fine sensitivity to the needs of all the devotees. Maharaj, you are a whirlwind in the field of my heart, doing your best to uproot all the junk and prevent further stale things from coming in. I'm sorry you have to work so hard on me. Just as a responsible physician will use only a clean, sterilized instrument, I pray that I can become purified so that you can use me to assist you in your various operations of mercy in Srila Prabhupada's mission. Please allow me to follow you and execute your will life after life. Maharaj, you said that you feel at home on the streets of Paris and in your hut in New Mayapur. You also said the home is in the heart. Thank you for sharing your home with us. Thank you for creating a family mood of devotees in France and everywhere else you go. Thank you for giving us an opportunity to work together and cooperate, and for personally directing us how to perform devotional service. Thank you for taking a personal interest in our lives. From your mercy case, Rasikananda Das.
Thank you very much, Prabhuji. And of course, like Rasika, he also has quite a few gems that he would like to like Prabhu to share with us. Next, we have got Jivananda Prabhu. He has been instrumental in putting together the Vyasa Puja book. He's been doing it for quite some years, I'm told. And thank you so much for putting it together and have Maharaj inaugurate it. Do we have Sachidulal Prabhu from Tokorua? If he's there, can he be next? Yeah. And then we'll conclude with the final one from Auckland, unless somebody else is inspired to talk in between. And then we'll start off with Pushpanji. Thank you.
No one from Christchurch? Christchurch, maybe? Maybe a few others. Yes. Philippines, the world holy name traveling Harinam Ruchi. Party, I don't know which country they're from. Everywhere. Anyway, whatever you decide.
Hare Krishna. Namam Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishta Bhutale Srimate Janananda Goswami Maharaj. Namam Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishta Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Maharaj. Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunavari Pashat Vishatarine. In the beginning, I would like to mention Rasa Rasika Prabhu when he spoke about that Jaipur experience. On the end of that darshan, the pujaris, they sent 2 trays of ladus. That's what I remember. That sweet experience from that. Dear Guru Maharaj, thank you very much for another ecstatic year in Krishna consciousness. This year I had so many opportunities to have your association. In March, you visited India, including Jagannath Puri, Bhubaneswar, Bombay, and Vrindavan. In Puri, it was amazing to see how in ecstasy you started to do Harinam and distribute books on the local beach market. You used your top piece of clothes for donations, which the later comment that this top sannyasi piece is meant for begging. Dancing with beautiful smile in the fire of Sankirtan. Ekanath and Mahananda Prabhus followed in your footsteps and result pure bliss, plus a few kg of coins, which you later donated to Dandavanga, to ISKCON temple there. Srila Prabhupada is written in purple in Srimad Bhagavatam 1.7.22. Material existence is something like a blazing fire in the forest, which can be extinguished by the mercy of the Lord Shri Krishna. The spiritual master is the mercy representative of the Lord. Therefore, a person burning in the flames of material existence may receive the rains of mercy of the Lord through the transparent medium of the self-realized spiritual master. The spiritual master, by his words, can penetrate into the heart of the suffering person, and infant knowledge transcendental, which alone can extinguish the fire of material existence. I try to imprint these situations deep into my heart in the form of jewels. My heart is still like a stone, but there is some hope that these jewels I try to keep there will one day smash this stone to pieces. In Govardhan Eco Village, we visited all the beautiful temples of Goswamis and took part in the sweet Govardhan and Yamuna Arati. Devotees there sing like Gandharvas, and atmosphere is filled with such spiritual potency. Studying, kirtan, preaching. One evening you told us your vision for new Mayapur, in which way it should be developed. During this period, we were reading Bhaktisiddhanta Vaibhava and continue with that when we were come to Sri Vrindavan Dham all night on the 9th train from Bombay to Mathura. We were absorbed in deep meditation, not wasting a moment for anything else, not connected with devotional service. In this book, one part was exciting and connected with exhibitions, how revolutionary Bhaktisiddhanta Maharaj was. I'm not sure if someone will try to implement these things nowadays, but he will probably be excommunicated from ISKCON. Excellent preaching vision of our Acharya and practical application of attracting a mass of people and bringing them towards Krishna consciousness. There is much more nectar to hear and be associated with those who have really taste in chanting and hearing. That's what we need to spread more and more hearing and chanting. Spread this dangerous disease around us to the extent that more and more people will be infected and start to develop some high taste. Another jewel in my heart. Another book you were reading later at the end of the September was from Sitala Mataji about the glorious life of Srila Narottam Das Thakur. We were in Newcastle, UK, and you started to read. After 2 hours, we really got into that. I think you decided to stop after 3.5 hours because it was almost midday and some devotees were supposed to go to work. You open another door for us just by hearing. Seeing tears in your eyes when reading about the deep separation and feelings of his close disciples, Ganga Narayan, while trying to perform the best service for his spiritual master. That's what we're trying to do. At the Govardhan retreat, we went to Ter Kadamba. One day we were spent the whole day chanting. It was a beautiful day with deep absorption into the holy names. During these hours of chanting, His Holiness Sachinandan Maharaj repeatedly said, "Try your best." Well, that's what I try to implement into my daily life. I try my best to please you, Srila Prabhupada and devotees. Try my best. Another jewel. The last thing I would like to mention is Prabhupada Marathon. All preparations for that, small details. How many books? How to bring as wide varieties as possible? How to get them on time? All arrangements with devotees, meetings, and finally, personally, going on the field to taste this sweet nectar. First 5 days of marathon I spent with you. One day, when it was already dark, you started to lead kirtan. Chatelet Hall changed into another realm. It was not anymore a dark, dirty place. It changed in front of my eyes into a nice arati, where the lights of lamps were like deep, and the sound of kartals changed into the melodious ringing of the bell. Well, maybe it is a sentimental vision of a fool, but I wish I would like to be a fool like this, seeing all your activities as all these valuable jewels. Thank you very much for your encouragement, trust, and inspiration. I will keep these jewels and try to distribute them. At least I can try my best. Thank you, your unqualified servant.
Thank you, Prabhuji. Next, we have Sachit Dulal Prabhu from Tokorua, followed by Gaurachandra Prabhu from Christchurch. And there's Madhavananda Prabhu as well from Gold Coast. And then Anand Prabhu and Madan Mohan Prabhu representing Auckland to conclude. Thank you.
Hare Krishna. Tokarua. We have a temple in Tokarua. Huh? Oh, Hare Krishna, Gurudev. Fiji. You're in Fiji. Yes, Gurudev. Yeah. Hare Krishna. Om Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhute Srimati Janananda Goswami Maharaj. Om Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhute Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swami Maharaj. Dear Gurudev, I wasn't expecting to represent Tokorua. So it's just me at the moment visiting there. So, but yeah, so I'll just talk about Gurudev's kindness. It's been inspirational in my life. Some
about 3 years ago, 4 years ago, my father passed away. And I was, yes, I was close to my father. And Gurudev could, when I came back, I just missed the COVID restrictions when it was placed. I just, just got in time to New Zealand. And I was quite lost in my heart. And Gurudev could see it. And he just, we talked, and it was quite amazing that he could read my mind and heart. And he just told me simply, Sachitulal Das, you just go back and look after your mother. It will be all okay. It will be wonderful. And then I started packing my bags, and it will do it after the COVID of 2 years, and then I moved with my mother, family. Now I'm staying at the temple, and once I was traveling with Gurudev to South Island, and Gurudev gave me instruction to get a book and read from a chapter. So he wanted me to read, but Gurudev always gives a very difficult task. He knows that something, but it's just public speaking, and when a lot of people are around, it becomes very difficult for me to express and speak. So, but I just put my head down, and I disobeyed his order. I just was so I couldn't do it. And then when I went back to his before he came to his room, I was in the room, and I just was paid my obeisances and stayed, and I was like almost shaking, said, Gurudev, just forgive me, I just disobeyed you order. But his head was a bit aching, and then I had to fall, and he just told me to massage my head and and arms, and I followed his order. And then the next place we went, and yes, he wanted. He didn't say directly to Sajidulal, read. He said, somebody who wants to read, please go ahead. Then I just grabbed quickly the book and started to read. But when I moved back to Fiji, then from home we went to, there was an invitation from the temple to come and stay there at Singatoka temple. So our family, we still are there. Now there was this Prabhuji who was supposed to speak at the temple, but he did not, unfortunately, he couldn't make it on time, or he couldn't come. And the manager of the temple, Shri Guru Sumran Mataji, she's very, very busy in the temple, and she just, I was at the basement, she opened, just called me and just said, can you, it's 20 minutes is left for the class to, there's nobody to give the class. And can you please give the class? The amount of work she does is so, so much she takes on a man or a devotee, or a male devotee, wouldn't be able to even cope as to how much Guru Sumran Mataji is doing for Singatoka temple. And instantly, for a second, I said, Mataji, I'm not qualified to even go and speak to, sit down and give a class. But I didn't want to offend her. And I remembered that I should not. And I remember Gurudev, I did once offend him, I said, no, it's just Krishna is challenging. It's another situation presented similar in nature. When I was with Gurudev, I said, okay, Mataji, I'll just say something. And yes, within 20 minutes, and then I sat in I couldn't sit in the Vyasasana. I just almost, I always saw senior devotees sitting on the asana, and Gurudev sitting on the asana, and and Srila Prabhupada. So I requested
Guru said, Mataji, can I sit just beside it? Just put a chair there and sit. And she was okay. And then I started to give the class. So yes, Gurudev is very kind, and he knows his disciples' weakness, and he smashes them, really kindly and nicely. And yes, I thank dear Gurudev for being in my life, giving me encouragement, and just want to say thank you, and thank you very much, Gurudev. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, dear devotees. Hare Krishna, dear Guru Maharaj. Even though I did write the offering, since everyone is offering so much heartfelt offerings, I thought that maybe I should speak something from the heart. While I was just sitting, I was constantly looking at my wife saying that maybe you can go, there's only one person who's going to represent, so maybe it's you who can do it. She said she has a surprise for Maharaj later on that will come out, but maybe you can contribute today. I said, okay. So I was just sitting here and I wrote some points and probably I'll just expand on them. Everyone has spoken so much about Maharaj. He is a real guru, as Prabhuji mentioned. He's a real deal. He is. I'll start with the Christchurch earthquake back in 2011, 2012. When we had a big earthquake, Christchurch lost nearly 300 people due to that earthquake. And any guests who were supposed to come to Christchurch or any other senior devotees, they cancelled their tickets that no, it's a dangerous place. Then, which I guess, yeah, was a wise move. And but Maharaj, who had no plans to come to Christchurch, he cancelled his other engagements and he booked his ticket to Christchurch and spent 1 month with devotees in Christchurch. I mention this every year, and just to highlight how caring Maharaj is, how personal he is. Everyone in Christchurch considers His Holiness Janananda Maharaj as their spiritual master. Already I'm getting a lot of inquiries. Maharaj is coming. How can we serve Maharaj? Can we invite him for lunch? And what services can we do? So that really shows that Maharaj has touched their hearts. And I'm not surprised when I obviously hear devotees glorifying Srila Guru Maharaj. Kalas Prabhu mentioned the story from Sri Chaitanya Charitamrit about Srila Raghunath Das Goswami outside the Anand Bazaar, how he was would eat the stale rice, which even the cows wouldn't eat, and how he compared that, from Maharaj, how he used to do it outside, like here at the Auckland temple. So when I heard that, my heart was filled with so much gratitude for Srila Prabhupada and Srila Guru Maharaj, how Srila Prabhupada, how he trained and how he has given us devotees like our Guru Maharaj. I'm really grateful to you, Guru Maharaj. Usually I'm a very shy person. My wife knows it takes a lot from me to come and speak like that. But this empowerment, me speaking here in front of all of exalted devotees, all of you, it really is Maharaj's blessing. Otherwise, it's not possible. Now, preaching in Christchurch, Maharaj plays a very big role. I have been seeking guidance from Maharaj, how we can expand or even start Harinam Sankirtan. Few years back, 6-7 years ago, when we had one Prabhuji who had to leave Christchurch. He was running and doing, he would do Christchurch Harinam. He would lead and he would just take charge, build a team. But he had to go out of Christchurch due to his situation. And then I emailed Maharaj. I said, Maharaj, this is what is happening. And so now the Christchurch Harinam, they may not continue, but I really have a desire that they should continue. Can you please bless me so that we can just continue with Christchurch Harinam? Maharaj emailed me that, I pray to Nityananda Prabhu to bless you so that the Harinam Sankirtan in Christchurch never stops. And it's been 6 to 7 years that it's increasing in the number, and plus we are distributing books as per Maharaj's instructions. Me and my wife are trying to run a small bhakti vriksha just to engage new devotees, and that's also going pretty well. And say now 6 and 7 devotees are ready for their initiation out of, and 2 already took shelter from Maharaj. So hopefully the initiations will take place next year. And then one last story I would like to share. I think it was 2013 or 14, again back in Christchurch, when Maharaj visited Christchurch. And then on that day, he could not, due to his busy schedule, he just could not go to Harinam. He just meant he had few things that he had to do at that time, but he couldn't go with the team. There were 4 or 5 devotees, and Maharaj, obviously, his heart and soul lies in Harinam Sankirtan book distribution. So he could not go, but by the time the devotees got back, Maharaj himself personally cooked lunch for everyone. So that he says that the devotees are out on Harinam and they must be hungry. So he cooked a nice feast for all the devotees, his disciples, basically. And that was, for me, was amazing. Maharaj, I mean, what can this insignificant soul say? And really thankful to you for all the guidance, all the mercy that you have spread on the fallen conditional souls like me. Thank you, Srila Guru Maharaj. Panchakalpatrubhischa kripa sindhu bhaivacha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavibhyo namo ananta koti vaishnav vrinda ki Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna Maharaj. They forgot me. I said Gold Coast didn't get a chance, so I put my name forward.
How could you leave the Gold Coast?
Yeah. So, anyways, just an FYI, I tend to cry a lot, but I'll see if I can. Namam Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Janananda Goswami Namine. Namam Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Namine. Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pashyata Deshatarine. Thank you, Maharaj. I didn't write, just few points as usual. Thank you very much. Gold Coast Yatra is doing good. Books, Harinam, and with your mercy, now we have 2 person going out on Harinam every week. It was only 1 before, so Diya Mataji is joined with books as well. Last year around March, I got a phone call from my mother, and who usually was a bit depressed during since my father passed away, and she was excited. And I said, what happened? She said, Maharaj called. I said, who? She said, Guru Maharaj called. I said, because my mother also initiated with Maharaj. I said, how did you find your number? She said, I don't know. Anyways, so she was happy. She was super excited. And I said, did you have a chat? She said, yeah, we spoke for 15 minutes. And he said, he's in Vrindavan. So I think I should go to Vrindavan. I said, yeah, you should go to Vrindavan. So she's planning to go to Vrindavan. 3 days down the line, I said, hey, mom, what did he spoke for 15 minutes? She said, no, he only spoke for 2 minutes, but 13 minutes he was doing kirtan over the phone. So I tell you, Maharaj, this has since then till now, she just had a stomach ache and she thought she's going to leave her body. Well, it was fixed. And she said, no, it's okay. Now Guru Maharaj mercy is on me. So that's the kindness you have showed to not only to me, to my whole family, and to the Gold Coast Yatra. I just want to say thank you once again, and want to one line you said in your last year homage to Srila Prabhupada. You said you want to leave your body on the battlefield. Please grant us the entry to the battlefield so that we can do some justice to you. Because I think we are not even in their battlefield. We are trying to be the instrument for the battlefield. And at least till we get 75 years of old, before we say, I am too old to do books, Harinam, Srimad Bhagavatam class, traveling, and etc. What should you do? If there is 1 minute, I would like to share a story, if you also allow, Maharaj, the famous Malaysian story. So 2018, correct me if the dates are wrong, Maharaj after Vyasa Puja went for books distribution and Harinam Sankirtan in Malaysia. And hand on my heart, I've never been to Penang before that. So we were doing books, and I'm always very excited when it comes to around Maharaj. I want to show off. So, I took all the books in my hand and I was going from one shop to another, this shop and that shop. And I went to one shop and there were all Matajis in that shop. And their gopi dress were very short. And I was like, I gave it to my, would like to have a book, would like to have a book. On the fifth one, I realized I'm in the wrong place. It was a brothel. I went there and I turned around and Guru Maharaj was on the door. I said, you naughty Gold Coast boy. So there are two realizations. First, even if I go to hell, he will come to save me. So thank you very much, Maharaj. There is part two of this story. So what happened was Murli and we all were there, and Sarade Mataji, we had around 100 odd books and we distributed those books, right? Like, these kind of things. We distributed these books and we were really excited. We said, wow, Maharaj, we have done on the books. And what Maharaj do next is he takes his chadar out and start begging on the street. And then little Murli takes his chadar and he start begging. I take my dhoti kurta and we start begging on the street. And we all literally started begging on the street. What it tells is where we stop thinking, Maharaj start thinking. Like, we stopped, okay, our books is done and that's it. Maharaj says, no, job is not done yet. Job is done till the last very minute, last very breath. So thank you, Maharaj, for keeping inspiring us. Hare Krishna.
Thank you very much. That was a nice realization. We have hope even in hell. So thank you very much. And we'll conclude with Anand Vardhan Prabhu and Madan Mohan Prabhu representing the Auckland Yatra. And followed by this, we'll have Pushpanjali. You have to run, Prabhuji. We are late.
We're going to speak at the same time. Really? Oh. Right. I don't know what everyone's been doing. I'm not sure what everyone's been doing, but I'm sure many of you have been serving and not having much sleep for many hours or day or what. I don't know, but I know that Ananda I've been running around like a madman the last few days at least, without hardly any sleep whatsoever. Cooking and driving and whatever else, organizing and so on. Last night you didn't sleep practically. Thank you very much for your selfless service. I'm sure Madam Mohan Prabhu was also busy. And everybody, maybe many others also, I don't know. Thank you, Hare Krishna. Helps us to realize the purpose of our lives. Absorb ourselves in selfless service, the pleasure of Prabhupada, the pleasure of the deities. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Gurudev. It's a bit difficult to, I don't really know, Gurudev, I mean, how I can actually thank you for what you are actually doing for us. You actually traveled as a lot, have already spoken about 36 hours, 37 hours to get here just for this Vyasa Puja. Thank you very much for accepting our offer last year, which we did, saying that please do come to Auckland for the 75th Vyasa Puja, as it is very very auspicious for us as well, because it's our 20th anniversary for taking initiation, taking shelter of your Maharaj. So it means a lot to us that you are present here in front of us on this very day and giving us the mercy to actually serve you in person. Thank you for what you have always done for us, always been there for us, spiritually, in person, as well as writing emails, always been in touch with us. Even in the days of COVID, you've always been there. You have sent messages even through your, like you've always actually had time for us, not just for me, my family, but for everyone. And we are trying to actually follow the footsteps of you, Gurudev. And again, we don't really have much time. I'm not reading from my homage because we are told to keep it very short. But I mean, we can talk longer, but I'm not a public speaker. But I would like to thank you again for being here and letting us do some service, small, whatever we can do. I'm trying to do as much as I can. So please forgive us if we have actually made any offenses, knowingly and unknowingly, Maharaj. Hare Krishna.
Just a very quick little anecdote or whatever. But we sometimes say action speaks louder than words. But one of our picture gurus in life, Francis of Assisi, Christian saint, he was asked, should we walk when we go to preach? And he said, if your walking is not preaching, you shouldn't go anywhere. In other words, everything we do should be not mood. Not mood of doing it for the pleasure. Preaching means acting for the pleasure of Krishna. Not just words or actions of a certain kind, but it's the attitude in which we're living our life. We want to do it for the pleasure of our Guru, the pleasure of Krishna. Hare Krishna, thank you.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Dear Gurudev, and all the assembled Vaishnavas here. On behalf of Auckland devotees, I would like to thank you for coming over this year, as this year marks our 20th year for taking initiation from you, keeping us under your, this rascal fool under your guidance. I'm standing here, I'll just boldly declare, some of you don't know, the prowess of Guru Maharaj. when last year, 2 years back, 2023, I was diagnosed with CKD, which is a chronic kidney disease, where I was about to leave the body at 3%. My kidney was just operating at 3% after COVID. So I was in hospital for 10 days, nothing was happening. And devotees were praying, Krishna Prabhu, Sridham Prabhu, we all near me, the Vaishnavas, Father Giridhari's mercy. And the doctor surrounded me on the 10th day to say, you are going into dialysis, nothing is improving, your kidney is not improving, it's just 3%. If it doesn't improve within 2 hours, you might shut down all your organs and just leave. So doctor surrounded me on the bed around about 10 o'clock on the 10th day, and that day, Guru Maharaj is coming to New Zealand. So when the doctor surrounded, Maharaj gave me a WhatsApp. Now I told the doctors, this call is very important to me. For a dying man on bed, it was like a savior. So Maharaj spoke to me. He said, don't worry, I'm coming. Before I come, you will be out of this. Now, his words like gave me a second life. And I was just crying. I couldn't help it out. And you won't believe me, when the doctors left, they said, if by 2 o'clock, if we don't see a result, then we're going to transfer you to Auckland Hospital for dialysis. Now, Maharaj, after speaking within 5 minutes, I wasn't walking out, I wasn't out of bed. Within 5 minutes, I jumped out of bed. Lalita took me for a small walk. Now from 3%, the kidney went to 7%. And from 7 to 11, the doctors came at 2 o'clock, did another blood test and said, you are discharged. So that shows that Guru Maharaj carries Krishna within himself, right? And that powerful message. And Maharaj's flight got delayed. He landed at 8 o'clock. 5 o'clock, I was out of the hospital. So he just came straight, and next day he came home and he hugged me, and like all the energy that went inside me. And on the third day, I was on the altar with Maharaj doing Nityananda Abhishek. So thank you, Gurudev, for being there always. All the Auckland devotees, I'd like to thank you again, and all the Vaishnavas here present. Please forgive us if we have not made this Vyasa Puja as you want or as good as you want. So thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Thank you very much. That concludes our homages. Prabhu would like to just read something before we request everybody to stand up for Pushpanjali. Thank you.
If you don't know, this is Dancing Daniel Das from Brisbane, shortly called DDD. And he is a famous rapper. Very, very good rapper. Are you going to do a rap? Not going to rap it? Yeah, everyone's looking forward to your rap. He's very good. I mean, he does it at the Vyasa Festival. Is that right, Janananda Prabhu? Does he rap? He's a rapper. Okay, he's a rapper.
We want to rap. We want to rap.
What type of rap do you want? Do you want lettuce rap or cheese rap? What type of rap?
I could say one if you would like.
Well, I don't know. There's a popular request.
Before or after the Vyasa Puja offering?
Okay. You might not get your offering in if you do the rap. Yes. You might be cheered off.
Go for it.
So this is just the offering that was written in next to Govardhan just before. That's why I was late. Sorry for my lateness, Maharaj. Happy appearance day, dear Guru Deva. Please always engage me so I'm near you forever. Srila Prabhupada's books is what you really do treasure. All of your disciples' efforts give you sincere and true pleasure. You are meticulous and attentive with every endeavor. I love listening to your classes. They are so humorous and clever. It fills my heart with joy whenever you send a letter. You are so dedicated to serving Srila Prabhupada better. You are joyous and ecstatic as soon as kirtan starts. Your mood is always sweet. When I'm near you, my fear departs. I love your gentle nature. It's softening our hearts. You sow the seeds of bhakti and propagate the plants. You are the practical application of Prabhupada's teachings. You are so committed to making sure the holy name is far-reaching. You are the prime symptom of love of God personified. You know just what to say to help us to be strong inside. Happy birthday, Gurudev. Hare Krishna. As requested.
You want to wrap it up with a rap? Sure.
All glories to the beautiful Gora Arati, performed on the banks by the waters of the Jahnavi. Lord Chaitanya is Krishna and Radharani, all minds attracted by the Sankirtan party. Nitai to the right, Gadadhar to his left, Sri Advaita nearby. Nitai to the right, Gadadhar to the left, Sri Advaita nearby. Sri Vas shelters his lotus head. Gemstones bedeck the throne where he rests. Headed by Lord Brahma, the ceremony was led. Narahari, Sarakara, and the other accomplices of Chaitanya were fanning him with the chamaras. Sanjaya, Mukunda, and Vasu Ghosh sung the sweetest kirtans on Yamuna's grassy groves. The conch shells, cartels, and bells are very sweetly gelled with mridungas held as well. This kirtan music is pleasurable to hear, supremely sweet, relishable to the ear. The brilliance exudes from Lord Chaitanya's face conquers millions of moons. With the garlands of flowers from the forest hung around his neck, shining, how it does astonish Lord Shiva, Sukadev, and Narada Muni, all speechless, choked up with transcendental love truly. Thus Bhakti Vinod Thakur envisions the glories of Sri Chaitanya's Sankirtan mission. Hare Krishna.
Very well. Yeah. Hare Krishna.
So thank you very much. And
this is an example of utility as the principle.
So before we stand up for Pushpanjali, I would like to thank each one of you for coming here today, especially on a weekday, and giving your valuable time and spending and giving us your association on this very, very special occasion, the 75th Vyasa Puja of His Holiness Janananda Goswami Maharaj ki jai. Can I request everybody to please rise? There's some flowers being distributed. Please take some and offer.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. So just to let devotees know, flowers are going around. Please take a handful of flowers. For those who may not have done Pushpanjali before, just a little detail. So you hold in your left hand, and in the flowers, you offer with your right. Instead, you hold them between the two middle fingers and the thumb. It looks like a cap. Very nice. The request is when you offer the flowers, try and come forward as close as you can. Obviously, a little difficult. And offer at Maharaj's feet. Please don't throw them at his head or anywhere around him. Please try and go for the feet of Maharaj. And we'll repeat the Mangalacharyan together.
Janananda Goswami Maharaj ki
Jai. Om Ajnana Tirmanandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshu Unmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manobishtam Stapitam Yena Utale Swayam Rupa Hitamayam Dati Swa Vedantikam Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Yuta Parakamalam Shri Guru Vaishnavamscha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunatam Vitam Tam Sajivam Sadadvaitam Savadutam Harijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padan Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakam Vitamsha Nama Om Vishnu Vidaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swaminiti Namine Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Vacharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Namine Shri Vashabhanavi Devi Daitaya Kripadyaye Krishna Sambandha Vijnana Dayine Bhavade Namaha Madhuryojvala Premadya Shri Bhurpanuga Bhaktida Shri Gora Karuna Shakti Vigrahaya Namostate Namaste Gauravani Shrimurtaye Dinatarine Rupanuga Viruddha Siddhanta Vanta Harine Namo Gorakishoraya Sakshat Vairagya Murtaye Grit Pralamba Risambode Padam Bunjaya Te Namaha
Namo Bhaktivinodaya Sachit Ananda Namine Gaura Shakti Swarupaya Rupanuga Varayate Gaura Vibhava Ume Swam Nideshta Sajjana Priyaha Vaishnava Sabhavoma Shri Jagannathaya Te Namaha Panchakapatrubhyascha Vipasindubhyevacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Moho Mahavadanyaya Krishna Prema Pradayate Krishnaya Krishna Chaitanya Namine Gaurtiche Namaha Panchatattva Bakam Krishnam Bhaktarupa Swarupakam Bhaktavataram Bhaktayam Nami Bhakti Shaktikam He Krishna Karuna Sindhu Dinabando Jagapate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostute Jayatam Surato Ango Mama Mandamate Iti Matsavasya Utambujo Radha Madana Mohano Divyat Vrindaranya Kalpa Drumada Srimad Ratnagara Simhasana Stone Srimad Radha Srila Govinda Devo Krishtalibai Sevyamano Smarani Shriman Rasa Rasarambi Vamshivata Tata Sitiha Harshan Venu Svanai Gopir Gopinata Shriye Turaha Tapta Kanchana Gorangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vishabhanu Sute Devi Pranamami Hari Priye Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivastari Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Namo Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pishtaya Bhutale Srimate Janananda Goswami Iti Namine Esha Pushpanjali His Holiness Janananda Maharaj Ki Jai. Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Pishtaya Bhutale Srimate Janananda Goswami Iti Namine Esha Pushpanjali His Holiness Janananda Goswami Ki Jai. Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Pishtaya Bhutale Srimate Janananda Goswami Iti Namine Esha Pushpanjali His Holiness Janananda Maharaj Ki Jai. Jaya Janananda Maharaj, 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 Jaya Janananda Maharaj. Jayo Guru Deva, Jaya Guru Deva, Jaya Guru Deva, Jaya Guru Deva. Jaya Jaya Gurudev, 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 Jaya Jaya Gurudev. Jayo Jaya Gurudev, 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 Jaya Jaya Gurudev. Hey, Janananda Goswami Maharaj, Vyasa Puja Mahamahotsav ki Sri Guru Charana Padma Kevala Bhakti Sadma. Sri Guru Charana Padma Kevala Bhakti Sadma. Andamue Savadana Mate. Vandamue Savadana Mate. Jahara prasade bhai eva vatoi aja. Jahara prasade bhai eva vatoi aja. Krishna prate hoyo jahan hoite. Krishna prate hoyo jahan hoite. Guru Mukha Padma Vakya Vitete Koriya Kya. Guru Mukha Padma Vakya Vitete Koriya Kya. Arona tori hamane asa. Arona tori hamane asa. Sri Guru Charane Rate Aise Uttama Gati. Hari Hari Bol, loud everybody. Sri Guru Charane Rate Aise Uttama Gati. जय प्रसादे पूरे सब आशा जय प्रसादे पूरे सब आशा सत्योदान तेल जय जन्म जन्म प्रभु सही सत्योदान तेल जय जन्म जन्म प्रभु सही दिव्य ज्ञान हृदय प्रकाशित दिव्य ज्ञान हृदय प्रकाशित प्रेमा भक्ति जहाँ होते अविद्या विनाश जाते प्रेमा भक्ति जहाँ होते अविद्या विनाश जाते वेद गाय जहाँ रचरिता वेद गाय जहाँ रचरिता श्री गुरु करुणा सिंधु आगम जनार बंधु श्री गुरु करुणा सिंधु आगम जनार बंधु लोकेना लोकेरा जीवाना लोकेना लोकेरा जीवाना हे आहा प्रभु करो दया दे हमारे पाद छाया आहा प्रभु करो दया दे हमारे पाद छाया आहा प्रभु करो दया दे हमारे पाद छाया हे मेरा सब सूत्र भवाना हे मेरा सब सूत्र भवाना जय गुरुदेव जय गुरुदेवा 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 जय जय गुरुदेव 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 जय जय गुरुदेव 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 महाराज की श्रील प्रभुपाद की कृष्ण कृष्णाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्ति वेदांता स्वामिने नामिने नमस्ते सरस्वती देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेष्य शून्यवादी Jaya Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadara Srivasari Gauravaktarina Chaitanya Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadara Srivasari Gauravaktarina Hey Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Everybody louder, louder. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare. Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Bol Hare Bol Hare Bol Hare Bol Hare Bol. Hands up there. Everybody please raise your hands. Raise your hands, Maharaj. Everybody please very loudly chant Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna. Hare Hare. Hare Rama. Hare Rama. Rama Rama. Hare Hare. Jaya Jaya Guru Dev. Guru Dev. Guru Dev. Guru Dev. Bolo 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 bolo. Jaya 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 Guru Dev. Guru Dev. Guru Dev. Guru Dev. Srila Gurudev, okay? Srila Gurudev, okay? Janananda Goswami Maharaj, Vyasa Puja Mahotsav, okay? Janananda Goswami Maharaj, 75th Vyasa Puja Mahotsav, okay? Jaya Gurudeva, Jaya Gurudeva, Jaya Gurudeva, Jaya Gurudeva. Rama Rama Hare Hare.
VIPs are waiting. Before they disappear. Kirtan tonight in the temple in and now Kirtan tonight last There you go, there you go. Hare Krishna, thank you. We live our life before. Oh. Krishna is the number one star. Krishna is the number one star. Krishna. All right.